Brian, can you hear us?
Loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Mic 1 test. Mic 2 test. Mic 3 test. Mic 4 test.
Loud. Yeah, loud and clear.
Mic 5 test.
Loud. Yeah, loud and clear.
Mic 6 test. Mic 7 test. Mic 8 test. Mic, what am I at? 8, 9 test. When I complete the ones back here, yes. What if I say this number 10? Mic 10 test. Mic 11 test. And mic 12 test.
Good morning and welcome. We're going to call the November 27th, 2023 regular council meeting to order. We've got a public hearing for bylaw 2048-23 to amend the land use bylaw to redistrict 5702 40th Avenue from C2 general commercial to C3 highway commercial. So I declare the public hearing for bylaw 2048-23 to amend the land use bylaw to be opened at 09:01 a.m. I'll ask the Planning and Development to explain the purpose of the hearing, please.
The purpose of this hearing is to receive public comments regarding a proposal to amend the land use bylaw to redistrict 5702 40th Avenue from C2 General Commercial District to C3 Highway Commercial District.
Has notice of this hearing been provided in accordance with the applicable legislation and bylaws of the City of Wetaskiwin?
Yes, the public hearing was advertised as follows. As required by our bylaws, it was advertised on the city website as of November 17th, 2023, as per the requirement from the Municipal Government Act, Section 606. Additionally, it was advertised on the city's social media pages on November 17th, advertised in the Pipestone Flyer on November 17th and November 24th, and notices were sent by mail to owners of adjacent parcels on November 15th.
I'll now request that Planning and Development provide their report regarding this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The proposed amendment is to redistrict 5702 40th Avenue from the current C2 General Commercial District to C3 Highway Commercial District. The purpose of the current C2 district is to establish a district in which land is used for retail development, which requires larger than normal tracts of land for efficient operation. While the purpose of the proposed C3 district is to establish a district that encourages high-quality business establishments along the primary high-traffic corridor through the community. The types of businesses in the classification should provide services to motoring public, visitors to the community, and to local and regional business clients. This application arises from pre-development discussions with the landowners, who propose to develop a car and truck wash facility on the site. This type of use is not listed in the C2 district, but is permitted in the C3 district, which is in place for all commercial parcels in the area except this one. Additionally, this site was zoned C3 when it was first subdivided in 2009. Review by administration has confirmed there is no documented application, rationale, or date for the change from C3 to C2, and that the purpose of the C3 district is better suited to this site. Therefore, administration recommends that the site be redistricted back to C3 to correct an apparent error and facilitate development appropriate to the city's primary high-traffic corridor as set out in the purpose of the C3 zone.
Have we received any written submissions, and if so, can you please read them into record?
Administration has not received any written submissions.
I'll now call upon anyone who wishes to speak directly to council on this matter. First, we will call upon those who are registered prior to the meeting, and then anyone else who wishes to speak will have the opportunity. Please note that all speakers will be given no more than 5 minutes to speak. So we have first up registered Dwight Goltz.
Good morning. I'm Dwight Goltz. This is my family, and our family farm is about 20 minutes north of Wetaskiwin. And my grandparents first came to that land on the same year that Wetaskiwin became a city. And we've owned a growing property management business in Wetaskiwin for the last 20 years. And it is our intent to build a state-of-the-art full-service car wash next year, hence the rezoning application. And it will be located on that corner in front of PV Mart. And we'll be submitting a development permit to the development office within a few weeks. It will have a cutting-edge automatics that are made in Finland and do an amazing job. It will also have 2 large truck RV bays and 8 self-serve wand wash stalls. Our research indicates that there's a huge demand for this type of service from not only the city, but also from the county and from Muskowichis. This wash will have everything in spacious bays and be able to include all kinds of washes from subcompacts to Super Bs, including school buses. And it is the belief of our family that Wetaskiwin not only needs, but deserves this type of service, hence the rezoning application.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate your confidence in the development and investment in the community.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else present wishing to speak to the matter? Anyone else wishing to present or speak to the matter? Third and final, anyone else wishing to present or speak to the matter? I'd like to thank Mr. Galtz and his family for attending the meeting this morning and presenting. Council will discuss and debate this matter later in the meeting. I declare the public hearing closed at 09:06. Item 3, we'll go into open microphone. I've got Bill McCoy and Mike Billick registered first.
Good morning. I'm Mike Billick, and we represent a dedicated group of regular users of the off-leash dog park area. And in that time, and since COVID, that dog park has become very important to all the regular users as a gathering place, as a place to have the dogs run freely and enjoy the space. And I believe Bill put together a presentation that was on paper that was sent out to you. A large number of us are interested in increasing the size of the dog park. It gets a lot of use, a lot of foot traffic by both dogs and people walking their dogs, and it's quite an enjoyable place. And we were looking at several options as we talked to many people there about expanding and in different scenarios. And the one that seems to be the most popular is to expand an area to the east of the current dog park and north of the existing trail system. It would be an area of 48 meters by 204 meters in a wedge shape, triangular shape, so it would only encompass 4,900 square meters of additional dog park space. The group here, we've also are willing to provide all the equipment, purchase all the fencing, all the hardware to increase the dog park. And we would like to keep that area natural, and we are also willing to do all the maintenance, all the installment of that fence ourselves. So there would be no cost to the city. The only commitment we would want is to perhaps have another garbage bin at the far end located of that area from the city. But all work and supplies would be provided by us, and we are willing to work with the city if they want to have oversight on whatever work is done there. And that's pretty much our request in a nutshell there.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Do you have anything to say, Bill?
If you have any questions,
Just make sure the mic's in front of you. All of our viewers at home can't hear you without the mic.
if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Does our administration have your contact information?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Great, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Debbie Hunker.
I actually have a handout. Is that, I mean,
Sure.
it's not in relation to what I'm going to speak about, but it's just some information?
Sure.
That's just some information, a summary of the information that I was able to get from Stats Canada with regard to the crime for Wetaskiwin, et cetera. Yeah, and all of that is, well, I've attached all of the the information right there, so you can go to StatsCan as well. What I want to speak about this morning is council has one employee, from what I understand, and that would be the CAO. And in my opinion, she's out of control. I would really love to hear who authorized Sue to give me a personal phone call the day after our town hall to talk about the petition that we're circulating. It's a form of intimidation and manipulation, and it's not going to work, and that needs to be reined in. I don't know if council is aware that the CAO has cultivated such a hostile work environment that city employees won't sign the petition. They fear that if administration sees their name on the petition, that they will get fired. I've lost track of the number of private messages saying that they support what we're doing, but they fear for their jobs or the jobs of family members if they publicly support us. I'm going to go back to the quote directly from Sue on the 50-year vision promo. When we allow the community to tell us what they want with no barriers in place, we really find out what they want. Now stop and listen to how controlling that statement is. When we allow the community, so I guess you guys get to decide when the community gets to speak, and it certainly seems like you guys get to decide when you will listen. I have submitted a FOIP request for basically all things Peace Hills Utilities. And I did receive a significant portion of that request, and it will be a matter of kind of combing through the material to see if there's stuff missing. But most notable was the lack of financial statements. It's a requirement of the Municipal Act that all municipalities and municipally owned corporations file financial statements and also have them posted for the public by May 1st of each year. They are still not available for the City of Wetaskiwin or Peace Hills Utilities. Now, I can tell you from my career in bookkeeping and office management that if I missed a deadline for something as important as this, I would not have a job. The FOIP request confirmed that the CAO of the City of Wetaskiwin is also the president of Peace Hills Utilities. So the person in both cases that is ultimately responsible for getting this done has just had her contract renewed for additional 2 years. I don't know. Perhaps before you approve the next budget, you should actually make sure that the financial situation from the year prior is wrapped up. If you want us to take part in your open houses with fancy pie charts and graphs, then we need to have access to the financial statements from the last year. You are either willfully ignorant of this situation or you're hoping that we stay complacent and don't ask questions. The fact that this council is allowing this to happen shows that somebody is asleep at the wheel. Council, you've got the tail wagging their dog here, and I suggest that someone wake up. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Randall Canal. Okay. Was there anybody else that wanted to register for open mic this morning? Okay. Looking for approval of the agenda. Councillor Nielsen, was there anything else that needed to be added? I'd like to add the dog park under new business. 15.2. And I had sent an email out regarding me visiting Kamloops for 15.3, please. So we can vote on this individually. To the addition of the dog park, those in favor? Carried. And for me, traveling to Kamloops. Those in favor? Carried. So 15.2 and 15.3 have been added. Councilor Nielsen, you're still okay approving the, the agenda as amended? Yes. Okay, those in favor? Carried. Item 5, regular council meeting minutes for November 14th, 2023. Looking for an approval or a motion. Councilor Nielsen? Moved by Councilor Nielsen. Any errors or omissions? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Item 7.1, approval of the consent agenda.
I move that City Council approves the consent agenda as presented.
Moved by Councilor Billingsley. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 8, delegation from the Wetaskiwin Transportation Coalition. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Mayor Gandam and Council. My name is Marilyn Connor, and I'm the Executive Director of Wetaskiwin and District Association for Community Service. Today, I'm representing the Wetaskiwin Transportation Coalition that has been operating accessible transportation services in Wetaskiwin since July 1. Supported from the work of the coalition, which had representation from disability, seniors, and transportation services, Wetaskiwin Transcom Service and WDAX have been operating and managing accessible transportation services in Wetaskiwin since July 1st, 23. As a brief context, the Wetaskiwin community has benefited from Council's decision to provide the $170,000 grant and for the transfer of the 3 usable buses to the coalition. I should add, it was a lease for 6 months. With the support of the city's administration, we were fully operational on July 3rd. Services have been effective. Ridership has increased by 30%, and revenue, based on this increase, has also risen. Over the last few months, the Wetaskiwin Community Transportation Society has been working to establish the structure necessary to take over this service. The original plan had services being transferred to this new NFP society on January 1st. However, more time is necessary to ensure the transition will be effective. Accordingly, as the initial lease of the 3 buses ends on December 31, an extension will be required to ensure transportation services continue in our community. WDAX and Wetaskiwin Transcom Service have been good stewards of the grant monies awarded from the city and have managed expenses well. Up to June 30th, 23, the average monthly costs incurred by the city were $34,000 per month, while we're operating at a much lower average cost of $20,000 per month. At the same time, our monthly revenue has increased due to increase in ridership, which is presently about $3,000 more per month under our operations. Our short-term objectives. While our initial objectives have not changed since we assumed responsibility for transportation services in Wetaskiwin in July, our timelines have needed to change. WCTS requires more time for building its structure to be operational and viable. Both Leslie Wilson of Transcom Service and myself as our liaisons to WCTS to ensure success with the planned transition. WCTS is working on a business plan and will be requesting a delegation presentation with you in the spring. Our proposed solution will have the present coalition, Wetaskiwin Transcom Service and WDAX, continue its specialized transportation services up to the end of the first 2 quarters in 24. The Wetaskiwin Community Transportation Society will take over the management and operations of transportation in Wetaskiwin when they are viable. The agreement our coalition reached with the city had the 3 usable buses leased to WDAX from July 1 to December 31. It has been anticipated that the new Transportation Society would be ready to run services on January 1st. I said had, has, it's actually had. I apologize for that. While the new Transportation Society is making good progress, they will not be ready to manage services on January 1. Accordingly, our specific ask to you, Mayor and Council, is this: that Council direct administration to extend the present agreement with WDAX to the end of June 30th, 2024, to ensure the continuation of the necessary services in our community. And that Council direct administration to continue payments of the existing grant monies as outlined in our initial agreement. Since July 1st, our coalition has been both effective and efficient. Revenue has increased due to new riders and services being offered. Group outings have been included in our base operations, and we have held the cost of rides to ensure services are accessible to our citizens who do live on fixed incomes. In order to maintain services, the lease agreement with the city needs to be extended to the end of June 24. In summary, we are respectfully requesting that Council direct administration to extend the lease agreement with WDAX to June 30th, 2024, and that Council direct administration to continue payments of the remaining grant monies awarded back in June of 23. Our Transportation Coalition welcomes any questions that you may have. This concludes my comments, Mayor Gandam and Council.
Go ahead, Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to the Transportation Society.
We'll just accept his information and then you can...
I move that we accept this information. I'm going to get my thing straight. Mondays.
We'll accept the presentation as information.
To accept the presentation as information.
There we go. Those in favor? Or, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yep, Monday for all of us. Congratulations. And thank you. And it's really more a comment, and then I have a small, just a really wee question. It was, when I was reading through this, I was excited to see the increase in ridership, and for myself, I actually only saw the first bus the other day, and I had a little cheer because I am excited for you all. Do you, in general, as the group, see a increase? So a 30% ridership increase is amazing, and I'm not. What do you install in a going, or think in a going business plan you could get that ridership up to some more? Do you think it could be another 30%, or maybe a 40, like 50%? And just generally understanding what you're foreseeing as the success of the program.
Thank you for your question. So at this point, we are working on, so there's two groups working simultaneously. Yeah. So there's a WCTS nonprofit group, and then there's Transcom and WDAX who are trying to support their development. Yeah. They are going to be working on marketing. At this point, we haven't put a lot of effort into marketing. Well, that being said, Transcom has done a lot of work. So what we have increased is community outings. So that is something that wasn't on the radar before, and that is something that we are now doing. I think we've done 8 community groups, and that will continue. We've also increased ridership to our seniors community. And at this point, we do have just 1 or 2 folks in county, but we are looking at expanding that as well. To give you a percentage would just be a guess, yeah. And on a Monday morning, I'm going to actually not go for the guess. But we are working on continuing to increase ridership.
Thank you. And the number wasn't, for me, it was more still seeing a growth, or do you think that you'll be leveling out? Sorry, I apologize. That might have been too hard of a question.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, we are continuing to look at growing.
Thank you.
Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. Through the chair to the Wetaskiwin Transportation Coalition, I am so excited about this. I'm I'm floored. Like, you guys have knocked it out of the park, and I'm really, really proud of the work that you guys are doing. I've worked at the hospital for almost a decade now, and I've always seen the need for transportation, especially for folks getting to and from appointments, so I knew how dire the situation was to continue transit services. So thank you guys for everything you've done to step up and do those services for us. But also, I did see your bus at the parade. So for the Santa Claus parade, I saw that you guys took them to City Hall so that then a bunch of seniors could go and enjoy the parade as well. So that's really special, and thanks for continuing to allow these people that need those services to participate in the community events we have.
Thank you. If I may add, it would not have been possible without the work we've done with city administration. So thank you for that.
Councilor Bronco.
The way it works is we received a $170,000 grant, $30,000 up front, and we bill monthly. We first pay expenses through our revenues from transportation, from the ridership. So at this point, we're using, I think, about $10,000, $11,000. I could be wrong on that number right now, but so yes, you are paying towards that through the grant that was awarded back in July. So we first use our revenues gained from the ridership costs, and then through the grant, we're billing back to the city, all under the grant that was approved in July. So
the question is, the city is paying for the insurance.
the city does not look after maintenance specifically, but all of our costs are still being covered partially by the grant that was received. So we receive, let's say, $10,000 generally in revenue each month from our riders. That first covers expenses, and for the expenses that are not covered, those are then covered under the grant. So is insurance and maintenance covered? I guess you could say yes, but it's all rolled together. So we do submit monthly to administration all of our costs, and insurance and maintenance would be two of those costs that are included. Does that answer your question?
Yes and no, because if something happens, the liability goes on the city. If your van or somebody falls off or not properly.
But then the insurance.
I hear what you're saying. The insurance is under WDAX. So, sorry, I apologize for that. Yes, the policy is under Wetaskiwin District Association. Yep, sorry.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, the ask today is to extend it past December 31st. So we are going into budget, and I'd like to know, have we put anything in the 2024 budget going forward, making the contribution back to the society?
Through the mayor to Councillor Billingsley. The ask today primarily is for an extension of the lease at a cost of $1 to extend that through to June. The approved dollars for the $170,000 that they're referring to was approved back in June. We actually do not need a motion to extend that. Those monies have already been approved, and they would be accounted for.
So we haven't spent the original 170. So my concern is going into budget that if for whatever reason they're not able to get everything in place and they need more dollars for us to kick in, do we need to put more money aside, whether it's an additional $50,000, additional $100,000? Has any of that been considered going forward in the 2024 budget?
Through the mayor to Councillor Billingsley, none of that has been taken into consideration. My understanding is that the revamped Transportation Coalition will be making a presentation in the springtime before the monies and before the lease expires, so that council can consider it at that point in time. But there has been no dollars other than the monies already been approved in the 2024 budget.
I guess I'll follow up, I guess, in this afternoon's budget discussion. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Wetaskiwin Transportation Coalition, Maryland, or administration, I'm not sure. So the grant was 170, paid out monthly based on operational costs not covered through ridership. And your ask is for the remaining grant. Do we know what that remaining grant dollars are?
Through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen, the ask today is an extension of the lease. We do not need an extension on the monies. The monies have been approved and there was no time limit on those monies, so they go until they are expended.
I think he's asking how much is left.
That's right.
Through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen and speaking with the society, my understanding is about 50%.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anything further? Motion is to accept as information. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much.
Good, thank you.
Go ahead.
Through the chair administration, then, so the dollar amount does not need to be reconsidered, the extension of the lease agreement. So my question is, how do we proceed with that? Is that
You can
just?
add it to new business.
Thank you.
Yep. Moving on to item 9, Committee of the Whole, 2023 Urban Forestry Report.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. The purpose of this report is to provide information on the 2023 urban forestry, tree care and maintenance. Unfortunately, this year, due to staffing limitations and some medical leaves, we were not capable of performing proper tree care and maintenance, and we weren't able to update our inventory as we had outlined in our 2022 report. With the recent addition of a work order process in Public Works, we hope to, and additional staff, we hope to have these numbers better prepared for next year and have our program functioning properly to be able to report these numbers back to you.
Good. Councillor Blatz.
I move that City Council accepts the report titled 2023 Urban Forestry Report as information.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Item 9.2, Draft Airport Master Plan. Good morning.
Good morning. I would like to present the draft airport master plan.
Just make sure the mic is in front of me, please.
I would like to present the draft airport master plan as information to council today. We also have the consultant from HM Merrow for any questions that might arise on the draft airport master plan.
Make sure you have to talk right.
We also have the consultant from HM Merrow available for any questions on the draft master plan. And we have our second open house this evening.
Move to accept as information, and then we'll get into discussion and questions if you'd like. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank
Holy
you.
cow.
I move that council accepts the project update, the project update and draft airport master plan as information.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion or questions? Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I only have a comment right now. I believe that I was the person on council who was the least or the most unsure about where we were going with the airport and what was happening. And I had a good reading experience this weekend because I really enjoyed reading through this and seeing the potential and helping me to see things that I couldn't foresee myself. So thank you. And I think good work to everybody involved and having a vision that I didn't. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a couple of questions. Number one, are there any opportunities for the Air Cadets or Canadian Forces to utilize the airport? In the past, sometimes they used to go to Vernon, and the cadets would, and they would have potential for flying experiences, and I'm wondering if that has been considered at all because we have a very active Air Cadet program in Wetaskiwin.
Yeah, the military can utilize the airport at any point in time. We have invited the Air Cadets out to do tours and things like that. As far as the aviation operations, their gliders would need some special notifications to do that because there's powered aircraft operating. But other than that, their powered aircraft would be more than welcome to come out and operate. So we could explore further programs if they're interested in exploring more.
Yeah, I just, in the past, they've sent cadets to other parts of Canada and the world, actually, to do some of these, so I just thought that would be an opportunity locally that they might be able to access.
Yeah, I was in Air Cadets for years, and a lot of the time it's because they're military bases. So because of the Military or Air Force Association with the Air Cadets, they'll tend to send them there.
Okay. I have just a couple of more questions. Would the cheaper landing fees in Wetaskiwin be any kind of an incentive for people to divert from EIA, Edmonton International Airport?
Well, unfortunately, our runway isn't big enough to handle some of EIA's traffic. But the fact that we don't have landing fees is actually quite an incentive for people to visit in tourism, especially with the general aviation community. It doesn't cost them a bunch of extra money to go in and visit the museum or come to the community. So.
Okay. And are there any government grants available for extension of the runways?
Yes and no. So there are some government grants through the ACAP system, but we don't qualify for it because we don't have a scheduled passenger service. Extensions of runways aren't normally something they would cover. The one grant funding that we do qualify for in 2021, we did our runway overlays as well as our airfield lighting, both 75% grant funded, so we do try to find as much grant money and utilize it as possible.
So it's chicken or egg then. We can't use grants to extend the runway because we don't have regular flights, but if we had an extended runway, we could have regular flights.
Maybe.
Okay.
We're very close to Edmonton, and so the drive is only 30 minutes, and people can go basically anywhere from Edmonton International, so we have a different bit of a market capture base.
Okay. And last question. There used to be people when they came from the United States, Wetaskiwin was a landing place, the first landing place in Canada that they came to, and so we're not able to do that anymore, is what I read in the report.
So that would be the CAM pass, so clearing customs. We can clear customs with pre-notification through Edmonton, but Ponoka also has a customs clearance. Mm-hmm. So a lot of people will land there, clear customs, and then stop in Wetaskiwin for fuel. So we do still see quite a bit of the Alaskan route traffic, and mostly for fuel, as well as the ADSB that we're looking at implementing soon, which is ground-based and exactly what the US uses. So another encouragement for the US traffic to kind of stop by our airport. Yeah, but we don't have CAM pass because Ponoka is so close.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anything further? Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair. I guess I'm wondering about table 6.3, the 20-year pro forma financial analysis, and I'm assuming that this is assuming status quo for the airport, and then these are just the numbers projected out over 20 years?
Good morning to the chair, members of council. Ben Crooks here from HMRO, the consulting team. Through the chair to the councillor, thank you for your question. The pro forma financial outlook, you are correct, does largely reflect a continuation of existing staffing, existing expenses, inflationary increases, and or historical rates of change in revenues or expenses. It doesn't assume a significant change in terms of staffing or operations or the creation of new revenue sources other than what's currently in place or recommended through the master plan. So revenues from filming, drone training, drone end user testing. But in general, though, to your question, it largely is an outlook based on status quo conditions.
May I continue? Thank you. Then under business development strategy number 7, there's a number of items identified there: hangar development, expansion of recreation, professional flight, private hangar, so forth. Was there any projection in terms of projected or anticipated potential revenue that could come from any of those identified business opportunities?
Through the chair to the member of council, as part of that pro forma outlook, we did do a estimate from a private hangar development perspective of the generation of property taxes that may occur over the build out of the phases 2, 3, et cetera, of the privately held Skyport development at the airport, which was again one of the most significant business development opportunities we identified for the airport. Again, property taxes aren't a direct operating revenue necessarily, but they are part of the broader financial picture of the airport and its role in the local economy. In terms of other revenue sources through the business opportunities that we identified, I believe we did model for some form of revenue generation from the use of the airport for filming, so special event fees at the airport for that use. And I believe we did have some miscellaneous revenues modeled for, again, like I mentioned, drone end user testing and training. But on the balance, though, and back to the airport manager's comment earlier, because a lot of the traditional revenue generation tools for operating revenues like landing fees, parking fees, aren't collected at Wetaskiwin or are such a small proportion of existing revenues, the fulfillment of some forms of the opportunities we identified, like inter-community air access, wouldn't have a significant change to direct operating revenues based on the status quo.
And my last question is in relation to, I got to find it here now, is the ownership question. It indicated that it wasn't reviewed as such. Can you extrapolate on that, please?
Through the chair to the member of council, that's a good point there. So as part of the formal scope for the airport master plan, we weren't tasked with taking a holistic look at governance, ownership, operations, really that long-term model for how the airport is provided as a service to Wetaskiwin and the surrounding region. We recognize through discussions with select members of council and also with the city's administration team and other airport stakeholders that the question of the airport's ownership and operational model has been, I guess, discussed or debated several times in the past few years, including an RFP for private operations a couple of years back, I want to say, and city administration, of course, is better informed than me on that topic there. We didn't come up with a defined recommendation for what the long-term best fit model for Wetaskiwin Airport is. Again, primarily given just the limitations of the scope of the master plan, but the reason that we flagged it and in our sort of comments that we're going to deliver, that would be one of the core things to be addressed or decided upon in 2024, 2025 is that long-term model for the airport. From a business development perspective, and also the perspective of just responsible municipal management, we do see the establishment of that defined direction as being key. The city is committed to being the airport operator and wants to move forward with the pursuit of these opportunities and investing in the projects that will be needed to keep the airport going in the long term. A clear sort of stance of commitment and sort of the resolution of that uncertainty is important in our view. From a business development perspective, airports that do have a bit of uncertainty regarding them aren't necessarily the best candidates for private sector investment. If I'm an aircraft maintenance company or air service provider, I might look to a Villeneuve or an EIA or another airport in the Edmonton region where I do think my investments would be safest in the long term. And conversely, if the decision was made to pivot away from the city's ownership and operation of the airport, well, doing so in the shorter term to an alternative model is recommended just from, again, laying out that next step there and letting that run its course. So the roundabout answer is no, we didn't define a clear recommendation of what the most appropriate model is, but we did see it as being important enough that it should be resolved in the short-term planning horizon.
So if I wanted, or if we collectively wanted to pursue that kind of review, that's something that your company would undertake and make recommendations on?
Through the chair to the member of council, absolutely. Our team regularly works with airports and operations and ownership and governance reviews. Doesn't have to be us. Of course, there's many great folks out there who do it, but we'd be happy to assist the city and build on the relationship that we've established since May here. And we also note too that there is considerable skill sets in city administration as well. So, but we'd be happy to assist.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Bronco.
Thank you, through the chair. What is our rating? Like many years ago, we were, for flights in and out, we were ranked maybe 4th or 5th most traffic movement. What is Wetaskiwin now? Do you know by any chance?
Make sure you're using your mic, Councillor Bronco.
Thank you. Sorry.
Our current traffic levels, I don't have an actual ranking against other airports currently. We're in the process of setting up a system that is tracking all of our traffic in and out. Currently, there isn't anything available for small airports to do that. So that will be another project that's getting implemented, hopefully early 2024, and we'll have actual accurate numbers for that. Right now it's mostly estimations of traffic levels, so we wouldn't have a clear understanding of where we rank yet.
Thank you.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thanks very much. Item 11, council committee reports and attendance.
Mr. Mayor, I would move that City Council accepts the council committee reports and attendance as information.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. Councillor Bronco, do you want to highlight anything from your report?
I really enjoyed the Muni this year. It was different. I found it more honest report by the organizations that we had, the ones I attended, urban kind of, what do you call that, green thoughts. And then the councillor and I believe CEO's laws, that was found kind of odd. Some of the, what we thought, what we should have done and do, or what we can do and can't do. So I found that very, very interesting. So, other than that, no, I'm glad to be here.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I went to Regina to attend the Canadian Municipal Network on Crime Prevention, excuse me, conference, and brought back information for our committee and our task force in Wetaskiwin. It was a very worthwhile conference. Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Just wanted to highlight, and I guess maybe say thank you to both the WALA board and the library board, as I'm no longer on those committees. I enjoyed my time on them, and I just want to thank all the board members that I sat with throughout those years.
Councillor Aberley.
I think one of the ones that stands out for me actually was the Coffee with Mountie, and I'm hoping that we can, or that the RCMP and us can continue to work with those. I found a lot of the discussions just interesting to have a more relaxed conversation with our community members. Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Just happy to be here.
Councillor Blatz.
Yeah, no, I actually, I have a few. Because I also want to echo the same sentiments that Councillor Billingsley said. I've been on the library board for a really long time, and so it's great to see how far we've come along, and I have full confidence in them as they move forward, so thank you to them. But I'm also really excited because now I'm on FCSS, and so far that has been a really great experience so far. I went to Women of Aspenland in October, and it was my first time actually ever attending it, and it was really touching. I think I cried way more than I thought I was going to. And I didn't even know the people that were being inducted into the Women of Aspen Land exhibit. But it was just really touching to see how much people care about our community and how they dedicated their whole lives to making sure that our community is a better place. And it was incredible to see the years of service that these women have put into our community. So I just wanted to highlight that.
Good, thank you. After being elected as president for Alberta Municipalities, I am also a board member with FCM. So I spent the last week in Ottawa. I met with 5 different MPs, had the opportunity to share our frustration and discouragement in regulation changes to our wastewater treatment facility and having to do an upgrade and yet not receiving any federal funding for it. So 5 MPs now have heard my frustration. I spoke to them a little bit about additional infrastructure money coming from the federal government. The provincial government also echoed the need for federal assistance. There's a new housing program coming out from the federal government, and I asked for clarification or at least a lead time on whether or not the federal government is looking at continuing on with contract policing, or if we need to start looking at regionalization, or if a provincial police service is in the works based on the RCMP not doing that contracting policing, because that ends in 2032. So it's a really good week. Had the opportunity to talk to lots of different ministers or MPs, and took part in question period last Wednesday, and I am grateful for the decorum that this council has versus at the federal level. So with that, I will entertain, go ahead, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Further to what Councillor Aberley was saying about coffee with the police, FCSS is having one this afternoon. If I'm not mistaken, it's at 3 o'clock. Anyway, FCS is having coffee with the cops this afternoon. Thank you.
Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Item 12, Bylaw 2048-23, to amend the land use bylaw to redistrict 5702 40th Avenue from C2 General Commercial to C3 Highway Commercial.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council. As noted in the public hearing presentation for this item earlier, the purpose of the report today is to request second and third reading from council for this proposed bylaw amendment. As noted, administration has been involved in pre-application discussions with the landowners for a truck and RV wash application that requires C3 zoning, although the parcel is currently zoned C2. It was zoned 3C when it was first subdivided, and our review has found that there doesn't appear to be a record of the redistricting from C3 to C2. Administration also feels that the property better fits the purpose of the C3 district in terms of offering the potential to offer high-quality business establishments along the primary high-traffic corridor and offering services to the motoring public and visitors to the community. Therefore, administration is recommending redistricting the property from C2 General Commercial to C3 Highway Commercial to correct what appears to be an error, and also to allow for development that is appropriate to the context of the primary high-traffic corridor through our community. And with that, I'd be very happy to respond to any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Looking for a motion. Councillor Aberley.
Thank you. I move that council give second reading to bylaw 2048-23 to amend land use bylaw to redistrict 5702 40th Avenue from C2 General Commercial to C3 Highway Commercial.
Moved by Councillor Aberley. Any discussion? Councillor Bronco.
Thank you, Sir Chair.
Mike.
Look, I gotta have that mic. So we went from a C2 to a C3 heavy commercial. Is that road, because in the past years, we've had a lot of problems with that road because of that sewer, or that gas line and everything that we rebuilt twice. Is that road capable to handle more heavy traffic, or do we need down the road? I'm sure it's a truck route, but it was probably a light truck route. Now that we have more people want to come and wash trucks. Is that structure good enough to hold this for the next couple, 5, 6 years, 10 years?
Just for clarification, Councillor, are you talking about 40th Avenue or 57th Street or?
The one that goes north and south.
North and south, so 57th Street.
Yeah.
To my knowledge, it is a truck route. I would have to take that as an information request to learn more about the actual structure of the roadway. I know we have done preliminary turning movements that suggest that the site can handle the traffic, but I will look into the question regarding the structure of the roadway.
Thank you.
Councillor Blatz.
Mine is actually just like a statement, just from like the public hearing portion of this, that it is really exciting to see how much development we've had in Wetaskiwin in the past couple years. I have to say, like, it's been flying, like going really fast. And it's not only that, but it's also the amount of passion that people are putting into their projects as well, like hearing from the person that wanted this to be changed and redistricted. So it's incredible to see how much excitement people have in our community and wanting to expand it. So I'm very excited about this.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
I move that Council give third and final reading to Bylaw 2048-23 to amend land use bylaw to redistrict 5702 40th Avenue from C2 General Commercial to C3 Highway Commercial.
Moved by Councillor Aberley. Any further discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 12.2, Airport Tax Bylaw 2049-23.
Good morning, Council. This morning I present to you Bylaw 2049-23, the Airport Tax Bylaw. Council had requested that an airport tax bylaw be brought forward for Council's consideration prior to the end of December 31st, 2023. The purpose of this bylaw was to take a look at a request by the Wetaskiwin Regional Airport Group regarding the tax rate that applies to security suites located at the airport. After discussion with our planning and development team, our assessors, it was put, the best direction to going forward was for Council to put in a bylaw. I want to make it clear to Council this morning that the security suites located at the airport are currently assessed as residential. Those suites are currently assessed and taxed as residential as required. However, the concern was that the garages or the hangars that are tied to these properties are assessed as non-residential. In discussions with our assessors, they do have to be assessed as residential under assessment laws. Council cannot change that aspect. In 2022, Council gave a rebate for this portion of their property at a tax rate that was the mid-rate between residential and non-residential assessment. This rebate applied to the municipal tax portion only, not to the seniors or to the school board rates, because those have to be, the tax rate that applied to those had to be as assessed. And from discussions with our assessor, those have to be assessed as non-residential properties. We did some research to see what neighboring municipalities that had airports as well did, and they all assessed these properties as non-residential. So administration is proposing a bylaw to have a tax rate similar to what we did this year, where the tax rate is a midpoint between the residential and non-residential tax rate to be applied to this property, and a credit posted to their tax roll similar to what we did this year. Thank you. I can take questions.
Councillor Billingsley.
Clarification before a motion. So in this, that's not how I read this. So, or at least I need clarification. So a person who has a hangar with a security suite will pay commercial on everything but the security suite, but a credit back on the hangar portion, is that correct? That would bring it, the hangar portion, the credit would equal the amount of the city's portion of tax, not including school and lodging, is that correct?
Partially correct.
Okay,
So we do use the non-residential rate for everything except the portion that is the security suite, not just the hangar,
Okay.
right? The land is non-res as well. I need to point that out. The land on which the hangar sits is non-residential as well. This bylaw is to bring them to a tax rate similar to that which we offered this year, where they pay taxes at the mid rate between the res and non-res. So this year, that was 1.5 times our residential tax rate. Our non-residential pays 2 times the residential tax rate as required by law. However, for this space, they would have paid 2 times the tax rate. They paid 1.5 times because of the rebate that we offered. That rebate is only on the municipal portion of property taxes. If we extended that rebate to the school board or to the seniors portion, the City of Wetaskiwin residents will all have to pick it up because we're still required to forward the full amount to the school board and the seniors.
so, again, I'm just trying to get clarification. So, then, a hangar that does not have a security suite, what credit would they receive? Not having a business in there, they are just having it as a hangar.
Through the mayor to Councillor Billingsley, nothing, because this only applied to properties with security suites, and that was the direction that we got from council, because when the presentation was done to council, the concern was properties with security suites.
Question to the chair. Can this be tabled before a motion has been brought forward?
I don't know. Good question. If a motion hasn't been made, do you have to table it? Or can a motion just not be made?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, it could be tabled.
I'd like to make a motion to table the discussion on the airport tax bylaw 2049-23.
Okay, no discussion. Looking for a vote to table this motion. Those in favor? Carried. Sorry? Oh, do you have a tabled until when? Sorry.
January, I'm going to guess we're meeting on the 15th, the 8th and 22nd?
8th, yeah.
Let's go with the 22nd.
Okay. Table until the 22nd. Sorry, I'll call the question again for tabling. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Item 13, correspondence, 13.1, Alberta Municipal Affairs, sorry, public consultations for MGA and LAEA. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question, a general question. How do we make the public informed so that they will fill in the questionnaire? Some of the questions in the questionnaire are somewhat misleading and are a definite change as to how we operate now. So I'm just wondering, with all of the different questionnaires that they have, I'm just wondering how we make the public aware so that they can answer the questionnaire realistically.
I'm not sure what you're asking. How to
Well, I'm just,
advertise it, or?
some of the material in there is do we want to go to a party system with council? There's sanctions, and there's a number of different things in there that I don't even know if the public is aware that they exist, let alone try to answer the questions. So I'm finding this very frustrating, this whole aspect of what the province is doing.
I think what we can do is just encourage people to take the survey, and if they have questions for it, to contact the provincial government or municipal affairs. Because it's not a city survey.
Correct.
I think all we can do is either give the information that it's available, or answer questions if the general public bring them to our attention regarding party politics and municipal elections, sanctions, other, I can't remember all the questions that were on
No,
there.
I can't either. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because it's not our survey, there's really little we can do about
No,
it.
I realize that. I'm just afraid that the results may be slanted by those who do know what's going on, and the results may not be something that we want. So, thank you.
Looking to have it accepted as information. Councillor Elliott, anything further? Those in favor? Carried. 13.2, Salvation Army 2023 Christmas Kettle Campaign. Thank you, Councillor Blatz, for looking after that. They were very happy with you there.
Yeah, I was happy to be there. It was interesting because I haven't been to one of their kickoffs before, and their family is just so nice, and it was really, really lovely to see kind of the kickoff to Christmas in general, because they had their whole band there, and it was really nice. So I'm really happy to be a part of it. I move that City Council accepts the correspondence for information.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Anything further? Reminder of the holiday train coming through in December. The Salvation Army is the beneficiary to that donation from CPCK, I think it's called. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Looking for a motion to go into closed session, please. Councillor Blatz.
I move that City Council enters into a closed session right now to discuss items pertaining to the Freedom of Information and Privacy Act, FOIP Act, Sectors 21 and 24.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you. Looking for a motion to come out of closed session. Councillor Blatz, those in favor? Thank you. We are going to break for lunch until 1:35. Welcome back. We're going to get into item number 15, new business. I would like to add the transportation to 15.4. Councillor Nielsen.
I'd like to add council sanctions.
15.5, so we will vote on them individually. 15.4, adding transportation to new business. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. 15.5, sanctions. Those in favor? Also carried unanimously. All right. 15.1, your chamber board invitation.
Good afternoon, Council. I had put Paul's name on that inadvertently. The request came in through me. So the Chamber did reach out a week or so ago requesting if Council wanted to consider having a member of Council sit on the Chamber board. And I've attached the terms of reference in their bylaw. I believe it's called a bylaw for Council's consideration. And it's my understanding that the current members have either have council members on the board or are being invited to sit on the board, as is the case with our city. So if council would like to consider that, we could, we have two motions there. One is to appoint the person, and one would be to update the boards and committees bylaw so that it includes these terms of reference. I can answer any questions you might have.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would move that City Council directs administration to amend the council boards and committees bylaw to include the chamber position offered.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. Any discussion? Councillor Billingsley.
I'm a little torn on this, as much as I think that the Chamber of Commerce does incredible work within its membership. I'm a little torn in the sense that part of the, I don't know if mandate's the right word, but what they do is advocate to government. So I'm wondering if there's a little bit of a conflict in there. Not a hill I'm willing to die over, but it is something to consider. The other thing to also take in is that this is just the business community of its membership and not the entire business community that it represents. So please take that into consideration as well.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam, through the chair to council. I appreciate what Councillor Billingsley was saying, is saying. I would vote in favor of this. I believe the chamber, since we have changed our system into the regional system, has brought a lot of value to this community, and I would like to see our opportunity to give back to not just the business community, but also there's a large group of nonprofits and the power that they have as a regional chamber that is bringing many good things to our community as well, and I think that it would be a benefit for council to sit on that.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the grand opening of reopening of Shoppers Drugs on Saturday, when they were making their presentation, the chamber said they are 1,100 or 1,200 strong. So I think to be part of that, to get our name involved with that, is a positive for the city of Wetaskiwin. Thank you.
Councillor Elliott, or sorry, Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I just want to be clear that I am a big advocate of the chamber. I think that they, since like Councillor Aberley had stated, that since it's gone to a regional, the strength that they have is enormous. It's a well-run organization. I don't have anything negative to say about that organization at all. And in fact, I think it's a well-run organization.
Any further? Ready for the question? I was just making sure it wasn't with a name attached to it. Those in favor? Carried. Me too. I'm done voting now.
I would like to move that City Council appoints Councillor Billingsley to the Chamber, the Duke Nisku Wetaskiwin Regional Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors. Seeing as how he's no longer on FCSS and WALA, I think or CAPE, I think we need to give him something to do. So, and he does represent the business community by where he sometimes works. Thank you.
Not sure how to take any
Can't
of
be
that.
neither.
Do you accept?
I do.
Okay. Any further discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Congratulations, Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you.
15.2, dog park. We had a presentation this morning regarding expansion of the existing dog park. I think both council and administration hear lots that people want more in our community. Council often says, what can you do to help your community? And we finally, I shouldn't say finally, we have an opportunity to make something we have better through the work and time and resources of community members. And I think it would be really good if we supported the group with a couple of caveats for sure, in that first, A, we own the land, and B, that they are supervised or made sure that the work is done to city standards. But I would like to see the extension of the bark park, dog park, through the work done of our local volunteers. Councillor Elliott?
I would move that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Motion would be to have administration work with the dog park committee on their expansion and overseeing the work of extending the fence line and making sure it's our land. Details.
Just further to the motion, Mr. Mayor, they have quite a social community out there, and that there are more and more dogs wandering around and enjoying, and they just would like to have them be able to go into the bushes as well, as opposed to just on the flat, barren land. So, thank you.
Councillor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler. I'm in favor of the expansion of the dog park, but I have one caution. For us to supervise their work, what if a different organization comes in and wants to do something? No, and they're paying for everything, and then we're gonna supervise the work. Like, for example, some people want to put bench parks by the park. We don't allow somebody who's qualified to do that unless we pay the city to do it. So it's good, but I don't know if it's going to open up a can of worms if we allow organizations to build whatever they want to city codes, but with the supervision of the city. So,
I think for me, it's a case-by-case situation, and a fence is different than pouring a pad and having a bench that the city's already set a standard for.
I understand that, so
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and then I think it could be a good thing that if we encourage other community members to get involved and be a part of adding to what we have for amenities. But again, to me, it's a case-by-case situation. Okay. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Just for clarification, so what was presented through the chair, essentially is just going to be a fence and a gate. Is that correct? Like, they're not looking to put in benches or anything like that at this point, right?
Anything further? Can you bring the motion up, please, Lisa? Good. Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Oh, sorry. Opposed? Carried. 15-3. So as I talked about earlier, that as a part of being Alberta Municipalities President, I am also on the FCM board. I had a chance to travel to Ottawa last week and speak with other members of council from across the country. Kamloops is facing something very, very similar to what Wetaskiwin is in terms of homeless population, and they've changed things a little bit in terms of what they have to offer for a shelter. They've got 3 or 4 different shelters opened for different reasons. Some are inclement weather, it gets down below -10, one of them opens, one of them is open 24/7, 365, and another shelter is available if needed. Some of the things that interested me is that I'm not sure if they're bylaws or what they've done to support the business community so that they don't have the loitering problem, and which turns into, or could potentially turn into, panhandling or aggressive panhandling. They've got, I think in their bylaw, that you can't set up tents or an encampment on manicured city property, so that has left parks open and other city green spaces. They are allowing encampments or camps, tents, along waterways that would be Crown land or municipal land. So I think it just might be a different way for us to look at how we are managing our homeless population and some of the issues that are coming along with it, especially those social issues. So speaking with that member of council, I then had an email come back from a couple of their administrators who are willing to show me around and let me know the work that they've done over the last few years to try to mitigate some of those issues. And I would like to go and learn from another community that I think might be doing things a little bit differently than what we are and what I might be able to bring back. So I'm looking for council approval for first out of province travel, and then to cover per diems, mileage, and hotel. And with that, I'll open it up for questions if you'd like. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Council, I think that this is a very good opportunity for Mayor Gandam, but also I have heard from multiple people, have you looked at what other communities are doing? And while I can say yes, we have, and I've also shared that many communities are looking to us and what has happened here. I think this is a great opportunity to look at a different type of model further away, and I really appreciate the request. Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I don't have a problem approving this, other than I want to ask the question to all of us here is, are we willing to do anything with the information that comes forward afterwards and act upon it? Because if we're not,
I don't want to go.
Then don't go.
No.
Right? In other words, I'm wondering if we need to have that conversation first or have some form of a plan of what we want to do going forward, because otherwise you're wasting your time.
I think having a different perspective, or maybe seeing some of the things that they've gone through, having a willingness to change what we're doing is different than saying we're going to do something different. Maybe what they've been doing doesn't work for us, but I think that over the last going on 5 years now, as we progressively, in my mind, we progressively get better in our management of our homeless population and the social issues that go along with it. I think there's an opportunity to learn from other municipalities who are and have been facing the same things that we have too. I'm not looking for the cookie cutter, this is going to fix everything that we have, but I am hopeful that whether it's through conversation with other members of council or other municipalities, or through seeing it firsthand, me coming back and sharing that with council, that there's at least an openness to have that conversation, not just not our problem or whatever we're doing is fine or good enough. That's my hope anyways. Covers you? Okay. Councilor Bronco.
Thank you. If you were to get approval, when would you be going?
When I can coordinate with their administration on schedules coming together, so.
I'm just kind of thinking coming next month, we have a decision, not a vote, but something to do. If it goes ahead, I would support that, but if it doesn't, it's kind of like my colleague said, it's kind of putting the cart in front of the horse. So if we had a date, I think I would be more assured.
It's seen, for me, it goes more than just what they have in terms of a shelter, because they are managing loitering, encampments, where they're allowed to set tents up or where they're going to be sleeping on municipal or provincial land. So for me, it goes much further than just what a shelter is. It's managing also those that aren't also staying at the shelter or utilizing the shelter, because we have a number of those as well in the community. Thank you. Councillor Elliott.
I would move that council approve excuse me, out of province travel, per diems, travel and hotel for Mayor Tyler Gandam to visit Kamloops regarding unhoused population and legislation accompanying it.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. Sorry, I wanted to get clarification done before a motion. That was why I wasn't too worried about a motion. Thank you.
You don't want one?
I do want one. Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Councillors Bronco and Billingsley, I appreciate what you were saying and also what Mayor Gandam was saying. The things that caught me that I liked was, I don't know if that's the right word, but was the loitering bylaws, looking into maybe how we could change those, because that is something that is always going to be happening regardless of what we may or may not have for services in our community. And then the encampments, because I do foresee in how they're dealing with encampments, because I do foresee as we look at other communities across the country, they're starting to grow, and how are we able to keep within human rights legislation that we're required to do, and also looking at some of the things. So it wasn't the homeless part of it, like the homeless shelter part of it, that caught or piqued my interest. It was those things sort of around social discontent that would be not necessarily for me putting the cart in front of the horse, because the horse is already there. So, thank you.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 15.4, transportation. So we had a presentation this morning on an update for what our transit looks like. They had made a request to extend the lease on the vehicles. So I would look for a motion to approve that extension of the lease. Councillor Blatz. Council direct administration to extend the lease agreement for the 3 vehicles, 2000 Chev 3500, 2015 Starcraft. It's in the end of the presentation with WDAX from January 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2024.
All right. I move that council directs administration to extend the lease agreement with WDAX for the 2000 Chev 3500, the 2015 Starcraft, and the 2019 something Advantage to June 13, 2024. Don't know vehicles.
I'm going to email it to you, Lisa. Okay. Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just regarding the continuing of payments, does that need, or will that be a separate motion Because don't the payments stop as well as the lease agreement?
No, because we had approved a dollar amount, not a timeline. I think that was the direction from administration.
Okay.
They've just been under budget for 6 months, so they had funds still available.
Thank you.
Any further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 15.5, sanctions. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that council sanction Mayor Tyler Gandam for contravening Council Code of Conduct Bylaw number 2035-23, items 4D, 4K, 4N2, and 5.3 with sanctions to include letters of apology to 3 affected individuals and assurance to council that all his future communications accurately reflect the official position of council.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Any discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And what else do we have? We are done. Adjourned at 14:01. Just in time for us to go into budget.
Did we get a outdoor break before?
We just finished lunch like 21 minutes ago. Of course, Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, sir.